Morning everybody. I should say good evening here from Australia, of course. And since everybody lives in different parts of the world, I think we'll just stick with the one true reference, and that is, of course, me. And if you do your own streams, you can be the true reference for yourself. But for this one, it's good evening from me. Okay. Oh man, I've got so many random bits and pieces of crap already on the desk. Let's see if we can get this cleaned up enough that I can actually do something meaningfully functional. Right. Okay. So I don't know what is wrong with this laptop. It just arrived from one of my suppliers. So it's got a nice little taped up camera, so that person's security conscious. Let's shove a chipmunk into it. Yep, chipmunks don't like being shoved into things. And let's get some power into it. Into the laptop, not the chipmunk. Let's see what happens. Okay, boots. That's good. 1.2. Woo! Okay, that's different. Oh god, no, it's the dreaded. Okay, this will be a 165, I think. This is probably a 165. Did that just boot? You suck. Oh, we got a backlight problem. No, we've got a very weird... Alright, looks like we're going to have to try that again. Maybe it is a 3437 and it just has backlight issues. Hey Greg, morning. Hey 10 minute. Christian, Miles. Now it's drawing 2 amps, but it's not doing anything. It appears to be on, but... Alrighty, this is an interesting one. Oh, there we go, we've got green blinko. Blinky, the blinky light. Okay, let's try that again. It automatically switches itself back on. That's weird. Keyboard problems? Keyboard problems, no backlight. Oh my god, what is this? It's very unusual. Let's see, where's my torch? That's a fully energized screen. Okay, we're pulling this thing apart. Clearly something very strange going on with it. Oh, yucky, gritty noises. Somebody forgot to wash the, what do you call it? The mat down. During the day, most of the time I'm fixing iPhones, and it's only at night time that I generally fix the MacBooks. So I'm kind of like working 2 jobs. So daytime is administration and iPhones. Nighttime is MacBooks and entertaining. Where the hell are you, you piece of grit that makes that noise? I've obviously got her off now. Hey Jason. So what about the distances? Seems different to my other non-simul, but... Wait, what? Oh, I must have missed half the conversation here, Jason. Now, to go back and find out what Jason was talking about. Having issues setting up my new AM scope. Now I have the simul focus and the Sony camera, but I'm having trouble getting the camera to focus the same as the scope. Ew. Right, I can only imagine it's got to be the adapter. What adapter are you using between the simul focal head and the camera? Because certainly that's a common point of issue. Do you have a reducer on it, or are you just using a, is it just a length of tube? Because I know I sent you that adapter that, oh no, it was someone else I sent, sorry, it was someone else I sent the adapter, and it didn't work anyway. Right, we had one missing screw there, by the way. Hey, Boss. I'm Pro Engineer. Okay, so we do have a 3437, so the on-off is okay. Thank goodness for that. I was worried then we had a 165, and of course if the 165 does that, it's not exactly always a good outcome. I often find if the camera focus does not track with the actual head focus, then that's quite unusual. I would say there's perhaps a problem with the interface mount, because the simul-focal portion basically just means they're using a prism to split off whatever it is that you're seeing through the eyepieces. So if it's in focus constantly with the eyepiece, then it should remain constant in the camera, which essentially only leaves the adapter that's interfacing the camera to the head as a culprit. 1247. Because there's no special separate optical channel that it travels through, as far as I understand. Should I put on the 0.35? I would suggest the 0.35, yes. It should just be the 0.35 and nothing else. Like, you've seen my camera head setup. We'll just show it again anyway. Let's see. I haven't got the... There we go. Paul Daniels disassembles his camera on stream. There we go. So yeah, you should have just that adapter. Okay, so this is a 0.5, but that's all there should be. It should just be the head, adapter, camera, nothing else. Squeakies. God, that squeaks so much. Great, now I can't get my head back into it. There we go. Textralian, Michael Tritz, Eric. Hey, Jim Hook, good to see you. Shard's here as well. $8,000 viewers? What? Doesn't seem right to me. You may find, depending, Jason, with the... depending on the sensor size of your camera that you're putting on, if it's using around about or 1/3 or 2.8 type size sensor, then that should work fine with the 0.35 reducer. If you've got the larger sensor camera, like the one I'm using, which is a 1/2-inch sensor, you will find that you actually, around the edges, you will get the dark barreling edges, but that's fine. If you're running 4K, you can just chop out what you want to view. May as well leave that in there. See, I'm not even thinking about what I'm doing here. I'm just going through the motions. OPR, good evening. Okay, the fan connector looks like it's been busted off. The main reason for using the reducers between the camera and the body head is just simply to make sure that you can maximize the illumination of the sensor with the what you see in the coming up from the camera. If you do not use a reducer, you will not get an optimal utilization of the sensor. There's a lot of greenish stuff on this, so we're probably going to have a bunch of corrosion. The other problem that comes up and is when you've got a bit of a rooster tail of a adapter on it, like the one that comes with the amp scopes, that sliding assembly, that's just terrible. That really just needs to go straight into the bin. Throw it away. It's of no use at all. It's a complete piece of junk, really. Or at least I've never found a proper use for it. Oh yeah, there's crap all over this board. Oh, and it's been reworked as well. Ugh. Yeah. And yep, the heatsink assemblies, if they've been knocked around a little bit, they drop off the screw mount portion. They still work, it's just a soldered on portion. I don't bother putting them on back on anymore. It doesn't affect the cooling efficiency really. It just simply was a way to secure the assembly to the chassis. It's more of a pain to put it back on than anything else, so just leave it off. Okie dokie doke. Let's have a look. And, well, this is completely upside down to what I normally... Wow. Sometimes you just feel really disorientated. It's been like a day since I've handled a board, and already I feel disorientated. Okay, so we've got a 1.7 gigahertz 8 gig board. So this is actually a pretty high-end 3437. It's definitely got a lot of slime and grime. This does look like it's probably a refurb from Apple. Let's see this sticker here that's all worn away. That probably was a refurb sticker, the dreaded 639 sticker. And you can see somebody has scrubbed back and done a really... Well, they've done a shitty job putting that back on, and they've left the decoupling capacitor off, so that could easily mess things up. There's a missing pad down here, probably not important. I wonder if it came back to Apple like that. But yeah, that's a crap job they've done with the HS105. This controls the power to the PCH, one portion of it. And it's frequently an issue. Typically it gets corroded, as you can see it had in the past. And they just did a bit of a dodgy job fixing it back up. It needs a lot of heat to get it to sit down properly, and I'd say they didn't use enough. What? Wayne, you're buying toys? What's this? I'm still umming and erring about pulling the trigger on buying the CNC jobby. Some days I'm almost about to do it, then I back out. Yeah, I'll get there eventually. Eventually. To be fair, I'm not even sure where I'll put it. Don't exactly have the room. This has been reworked. Yeah, it's a really disgusting feeling board. It's just all greasy and everything. I'm going to say it's probably that HS105 setup there that they found the fault, but they didn't execute it correctly from what I can tell by the look of it. Setting up a 1707 untouched but rebeam. Oh yes, right, yes, that one. I remember you mentioning that. Let's see how badly I can fail with that one, Jason. You're sort of like going to ruin the small streak of winning I had with your jobs, and now you're just going to force me to have to toss that all aside. Ow, that hurt. Alright, I'm just looking for a board that still has that chip and cap on, because it's a very popular item to remove. Subsequently, not many of my boards have them. There we go. There. So you can see here, it's sitting nicely to the board, and it's got this decoupling cap. Without that decoupling cap, this will become unstable. So that might be what we're experiencing. I can't be sure. It runs, just reboots, no time to get to it. Ah, great, no time pressure, sure thing. All good. Hey Eric, are you happy enough with the FLIR 1 Pro thermal camera, or would you purchase a different one? It certainly works well enough, but I will admit that it is a pain in the backside, the way that you have to set it up, and the fact that I had to write software for it and things like that. In all honesty, if I had an open sort of option, I would actually get one of the FLIR Lepton cores, or they've got a new core out which is even better, and plug it into one of the open hardware carrier boards and use that, because it's a lot easier to then program that for any operating system. Kind of makes me wonder if I can't actually open up the FLIR 1 Pro that I have, and it would be great if I can actually remove the Lepton core from it, because if I can remove the core, then I can just buy the carrier board and swap it over. Unless you're going to use it with a Android phone, I probably wouldn't highly recommend it. I mean, it works for me because I have the resources and I wrote the software and things like that, but it's not something I would outwardly recommend unless you've got a phone that can utilize it. Because I mean, it's not sold as a device that's meant to connect to computers. And so it'd be unrealistic to expect it to do that. It was just by pure luck that, yeah, Linux, being what it is, let me do that. But I'm certainly happy to have it. What is nice with the FLIR compared to, say, the Seek is that you do have the visual camera, and even though they're not directly aligned, simply because of just, well, there's no real physical way of doing it, it's a very handy thing to have in addition to the infrared. So like with the software that I got, you can change the offset of the camera, visual camera, and the infrared so that they line up. But yeah, I'll have to see at some point I'm going to have to open up that FLIR 1 Pro because the battery will eventually give out, and I'd say that's one of the design weaknesses of it, is its internal battery system. And yeah, if it's got a removable lepton core, then I can just transfer it to another board. I forget the name of the new core that FLIR have. There's a new core and it's about twice the resolution of the one I've got right now. So the one I have now is, I think it was, what is it, 120 by 160? Or 160 by 120, yeah. Whichever orientation you want to go with. Hey there, B-Dog. I see that T3S, once again, you know, they're designed for cameras, like, sorry, for phones. What we really need is a setup that's more for connecting to PCs and uses a simple system of data transfer, because really you don't have a lot of data to transfer with those sensors, because, you know, they're quite small, so you can actually just sort of send them across pretty much through serial even if you wanted. There's no need for encoding it into an image on the board or anything like that. It's just pump the data, it'll be fine, and then you can process it and turn it into an image within the software itself. Do you preheat your boards? No. Not for this sort of work. Okay, so I think we also don't have backlight. So we'll check that. This machine is a bit of a weirdo. Miles, those ones have dropped down in price a fair bit as far as I can tell. Okay, we do have that. Okay, let's check diode mode. So we check the diode mode on this feedback point here, 5.7, that's appropriate. And then you flip it over and you check it on these 2 points here. And ba-da, we have a broken feedback trace. So these two should be the same as the other, and they then also go off to there. So we've got a broken feedback trace. Bugger. I was kind of hoping that the preferred break I have is that these ones still have continuity or the same diode mode as this point here, and then you can just run a wire to there. But nope, that one's dead, which sucks because basically means we have to now run a wire over the edge of the board, and I truly hate that. I just really hate running wires over the edges, especially that you've got to come down past the chip and then onto that point there. Like I said, it sucks. Let's see if we can do this without having to take the backlight driver off. Mind you, the backlight driver, to be fair, is probably cactus, so yeah, I should probably take it off. I don't want to though. We'll just double check that we do not have a diode mode on here either. Oh, we got 0.56 there. Weird. Okay, so we got 5.6 there. What the hell? Now we got 5.6 everywhere? Clearly I didn't press down my tip enough. Well, it seems like I do not have, in fact, a fault. That's confusing. And that's a bit of corrosion. More gnarly corrosion. Yeah, I guess. What the hell? I got that. It's a very shiny. That's not a solder ball, that was a solder blob. It was too deformed to be a solder ball. No, I'm going to apply power again, see if we can just re-establish what's going on. And I'm going to use one of my other chassis, just in case, in fact, we actually have a bad cable going to the screen. It does happen. What was I trying to fix on this one? This is one of the unofficial Max boards. Like, I can't even remember now what the fault was with one. This was something that we couldn't quite get working, but SMC replaced, backlight fixed up. What was the fault? Oh, this is the audio one. No audio. Yeah, that's right. I need to toe tag that bastard. Yeah. No audio. I have a feeling it might be CPU related on that one. That's right, because we changed the SMC to a 3437. We got everything up and running, but we didn't have audio. Yeah, it all comes back to me now. Yeah, we got no lock tab on that either, so that's annoying. Doesn't that wood table suffer from hot air? No, not at all. No. And hello, Mimi. You can hit wood with hot air for a very long time and it does not get damaged. I mean, you might get a little bit of browning, but for the most part, wood is actually very tolerant to heat. I know, we think, oh, well, you burn wood for the stove and stuff like that, but it's hard to get wood to ignite. Likewise, cardboard, purely from just hot air or things like that. You really do need to have a pre-existing ignition source. Hey, Full Wave. Jason, it's more a case of I'd like to solve the damn thing. No one likes an unsolved mystery. Okay, so we do actually have backlight. That is with my chassis. So let's try their chassis now. They may have a bad 1466 screen cable. Also note, that is the micro insulin alarm, so I better go do that. Shan't be too long. Alright, here we go, we're back. Sometimes it's quick and easy, sometimes it's not. Tonight, Micro decided, no. It's like, I don't want to have the jab. You can chase me around the room instead. Much to my dismay. Anyway, obviously we got him in the end. After he decided that he had sufficiently protested. It's like, I have lodged my complaint with the Bureau of Feline Rights. It's like, alright, you've done that. Very good. Now let us give you a shot. It's a bit much, yeah, twice a day, but certainly it's better than not getting the shots, because when he doesn't get the shots, obviously that doesn't take too long and he starts to show the ill effects of excessive blood sugar. So what we're looking for here is to see if the display doesn't come up, in which case we've either got data line issues on the cable. Yeah, it could be under here, it could be broken. So I guess we'll just plug it in and see. Holding down the option key is kind of handy in this case because it brings up a known type of display, so you can just go from that. Works. Well, alrighty then. Okay, well maybe it was the HS105 causing troubles all along. It's an important chip, an important voltage line, so when it drops out, it's pretty bad news. I'm just going to examine that cable anyway, just in case, you know, if there's any sort of abrasion going on or anything like that. Otherwise, this is fixed. But the lack of that cap there, even though it is a decoupling cap, and I know we often say, well, in most cases, you know, you can get away with not having a couple of decoupling caps. By the way, they're missing a screw in there as well, so it's like they've been dicking around with the screen a bit. It's generally not a good idea to not have the closest decoupling cap missing. I should say it's not a good idea to have it missing, not missing. Anyway, double negatives. Yeah, so someone's been stuffing around here. We've got a missing screw. That cable looks fine to me. Oh wait, maybe it's no, actually. Maybe it has chewed through. I think I saw some copper there. It's a little hard to show up because we've got a very bright... Yeah, there we go. There's some copper there. There. So maybe that's what's been happening. It's been just rubbing up against the chassis. Now the question is how to appropriately resolve this, because I can't exactly get heat shrink over this. I don't really want to... Okay, we've got two wires there. Given that the damage has only just sort of started, I don't think it warrants a complete cable replacement. I'd say we can protect these two cables. Now this is where liquid rubber is very handy. Liquid insulation, whatever you want to call it. Unfortunately I don't have any at the moment. I used to, but I'd always never used it enough and it would just turn into a big chunk of black rubber. Electrical tape is probably going to be a bit hard to apply it at such small scales. Yeah. Unfortunately, at least the wires are sufficiently distinct from each other that they're not, as I twist it, they're not going to run into each other. But yeah, can't really get insulation over that width. That's the problem. Yeah, Catherine. At least you can quickly identify that sort of thing by moving it around. Well, either that or it's the other problem I find for a lot of PC laptops is that the 30 or 40 pin connector that goes into the actual back of display unit itself starts to drift out slightly. And then again, as you move the screen, it tends to come in and out. Yeah, I mean, the trouble is I can't get heat shrink over it, and you need either the wrap on heat shrink or, I mean, I could hot glue that as well, but hot glue will actually just probably flake off it shortly after. UV cure will be too brittle, so I really do need, I might just order a bottle of the paint on rubber and I'll use it once and that will be it. I mean, I can replace this cable, but the risk you subject the screen to when you replace the cable is a bit high because you've got to take the front bezel off, and it's not a huge risk, but it's more of a risk than simply drowning this in liquid rubber and sealing it back up. But yeah, there's no way I can get heat shrink over this that will then shrink down enough. Even 3:1 ratio shrink will not be enough. Not to mention that heat shrink over that I should say it may lead to further issues, because what will happen is under the heat shrink these may sorry about that, they may drift within the confines of the heat shrink and then eventually short out. So I think liquid rubber, paint on rubber paint, or paint on electrical tape will do the trick. Alright, well, just damn it, tomorrow's Friday. So overnight order will not get here until Monday. Fantastic. At least that's 2 faults though on that, so I'm fairly convinced those were the issues. We had the instability of the actual startup, and then we had the screen backlight as a second issue. Yeah, Catherine, with them sneaking out, that is a nuisance when they do that. And had it a couple of times. I find I usually have to put captain tape or something over the top of them on the back to stop them doing that. Let's see, element 14. I don't even know if element 14 has liquid electrical tape. No. What? Yeah, J-Car's one place, but no, I don't have this is the stuff I normally get. Yeah. Starbright, that's what it is. Interesting, J-Car sells it. No, $30. A little expensive, but yeah. I kind of wonder whether there is a stockist for J-Car in this town, but I have a feeling if they have this stuff, it will already be a solid lump of rubber. Because it does go off a little bit quickly. It smells great though, I'll definitely say that. It's not the sort of thing I should really be saying, but it does smell great. No. Liquid tape. No. I don't even know what I'll be searching for. I'd prefer it if I could get it from element 14, because the stock would be fairly fresh. The Starbright stuff, it's kind of like a good smelling acetone / petrol combination. Because I don't like the smell of acetone and I don't like the smell of petrol, but Starbright seems to make their liquid tape smell good. Let's see. Sealant. Paints and coatings. Solder mask, thread lock. You could try this. Oh god, no, not that. $50 for 90 milliliters. God, the same trouble when you deal sometimes with places like Element 14 and RS is that they really do rip you off something fierce when it comes to these sort of products. They'll give you cheap components like resistors and things like that, and then they just lay and wait for you to become dependent on them or rely on the fact that it's not your money that you're spending, and then you just add these sort of things on, and that's when they go ka-ching. Jason, good to hear. Do you get the barreling view? Do you get like the black edges, or have you got a clear view? Let's see, insulating varnish, MG Chemical, $40. I don't like the fact that they're calling it varnish, because that tends to infer that it's a brittle compound. I'm going to guess that's actually just brittle stuff. So I might have to go for Starbright. Okay, do you know what size your sensor is, Jason? Do you have a sensor that is that size, 1/2/8 inch, 2.8 inch, or is yours closer to a proper half-inch sensor? The trouble is with PTFE tape is I can't get it woven between the strands. I've got to have something that I can actually just paint on there and it will wick through it but still be flexible. Actually I want dowel. Yeah, I think I might have to just go and... What about Loctite? Let's just clear the filters. Oh, here we go. Coating type. Carbon conductive. Definitely not what we're after. Conformal, protection, high voltage, insulating, mold protection, nickel, blah, 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 blah. Thinner, varnish. Can't really find anything that's going to suit me, so I think I'm going to have to just go and get some Starbright again. To be fair, it was about the only stuff I ever found that was... Yeah, exactly. It was only $20 at JCar. The biggest problem is that the JCar stuff tends to be so old that it's already cured in the container, or it's very close to finally curing. Like when you open it up, it is extremely viscous. And while you can wind that back a little bit with some solvent, it's a bad start. I wonder if the local Ripco's got something. Liquid tape. Picky, absolutely picky. So liquid insulation, basically the same thing as Starbright. Let's see, brush on electrical tape, super cheap's got it. Bike tire patch glue. Depends on the bike tire patch glue. Some of them are really good, some are terrible. But yeah, that's an idea. They may not have... Yeah. Okay, what's this? Blue magic brush. Cool. Blue color. Neat. Have a look at that. What the eelho? What a name! What a terrible name! Eelho. Is that like some sort of... Yeah, I'm not even going to go into that. Let's see. Speed parts. Woolworths. What the hell? Oh, yeah. I'm just looking at the sellers and see if any of them are sort of something. Okay, Dykes Mike has some. That's how we say that name without getting into trouble. Dykes Mike. Looks like we're just going around. Australia dingo ship. That's a laugh. D&D technology. What is that? Dungeons and Dragons? That's funny stuff. Oh well. Yeah. Guess that's my only options. And hippie DMX is being vulgar. Ripco should have it as well. That's what I was thinking. I actually hate that Ripco just doesn't seem to be a modern type store. That's crazy that this is 20 bucks, but the bottle is only 22 or something like that. Oh well, they got polyamide tape. I wonder if that's real. $8 for 1/4 inch polyamide tape. That sounds very, very dubiously cheap. It's kind of like the cheap where it's not going to be polyamide tape. Okay, so it was 30 bucks. Yeah, I probably still might get that. Bugger. Oh well, anyway, so we know what's going on there, and we'll give it a shot. Certainly fresh liquid tape like that should do the trick nicely. Or just like, won't even need much. There's probably more than I need just in the cap of the tube. Don't buy Jcar's tape 100 miles. You're talking about the polyamide tape? Because yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That price is just way too low for it to be real polyamide tape. It's got to be fake. Okay, so I had this Ryzen chip sent to me so that I could use some of its pins. And practice. Okay, because I got another job pending where there's some broken pins on their rather more expensive AMD chip, Ryzen chip, and so I'm just going to fiddle around with this and see what I can get for a feel, how hard it is to get them off and things like that, what sort of temperatures I'm going to need. This is a bit of a practice type thing, but obviously I'm going to need the pins, a few of them. The first thing I'm probably going to do is give it some good fresh Amtech. I'm not even sure what sort of temperatures I should be trying for. Alright, Jim, I might go have a look at that if I run into strife on this. I kind of get the feeling I might be able to actually do an extraction if I use a combination of hot air along with the soldering tip. And maybe a bit of leaded solder. So I got 360 on the air. Yeah, that's how I'm going to do it. And then try and get it off. Okay. So yeah, I'll probably be able to reduce that to more like 250 on the hot air. So getting them off not so much of a problem, it seems. Obviously I could have just gone rampant with the hot air, but I want to sort of see how low I can go. Yes, that's understandable, Noosa. Oh, they do actually come off pretty quick. Yeah, if you give them a little bit of a... that's just on 250 hot air. The only downside here is I probably don't want to contaminate the actual pin itself with solder. That is the shaft of the pin, the part that goes into the socket. I'm just going to take a few of these off. Put them into a suitable receptacle, namely being a zip bag that I will subsequently misplace moments after I also misplace the chip. Let's see if I can actually get them off 250. Yeah, I really don't know what the solder characteristics are. I have a feeling if I rely just on the hot air, it may take too long. Yeah, see, I feel like I'll be getting uncomfortable already. This is at 250. Whereas if I just pick it up with the soldering tip, once it actually gets up to temperature, it's very quick. I'll take one off now and try to put it back on. The other reason I don't want to use just a soldering iron tip, I'm pretty well. Well, let's try it. Let's try it. So just a soldering iron tip. Okay, I mean that works. Tell you one thing I'm worried about is they have a fairly moderate amount of solder on these pads. And you're kind of, yeah, trying to get it back on and keeping it upright. That's going to be fun. You pretty much have to get it to a reflow state. I'm not too worried about trying to do a middle one because in this instance, the job that's coming up is an outer edge one anyway. So are these actually domed, or is that just solder? By the way, I know obviously I could watch someone else's video, but there's a certain degree of... Okay, so they are in fact domed. Interesting. Yeah, getting them back down, that's going to be a... That's going to be interesting. So you're really going to need to control the amount of solder quite a bit. just enough to get a rounding fillet, and that's it. It's almost like if you put down, say, 0.25 ball is going to be too much, but yeah, I'll probably say not much more solder than that's really required. This may be a situation where paste is applicable. Kind of think where I think maybe some sort of holding jig would be very useful. Well, it's upright, but it's not centered. I'm sure there's a small degree of leeway, but not that much leeway. Alright, let's try some 360 air and see if it pulls itself into center. Well, the good news is that it will automatically upright itself, although look at that, I've got solder all over that. That's going to be the hard part, not getting solder on the gold pin. It will have a very strong tendency to do that simply because solder has a great affinity to doing that, so like I won't even have to try and it will just wick up there. If there's any solder that gets above that under dome section, it will just race up that pin. A 0.5 mechanical pencil. Yeah, I have used those clutch pencils before, like to do pin straightening. Okay, I'm just going to try this again. That's way too much. That's definitely way too much, I think. Well, let's have a see. I'm going to steal a pin from over here. Do your PCB bike clamps fine enough jaws? Yeah. I'd find it's probably not going to hold it nice. This will work if I can just sort of get the right amount of solder in and make sure that I don't touch. I mean, it's not going to be the end of the world if solder does get on that pin, but it'd just be preferable not to. Even at 360, they're not really willing to come off directly, so it's definitely going to be a combination job of the soldering iron and hot air. Wow, you are not coming off, eh? Let's give me some 250. Ah. Okay, that one's okay. I have a feeling that this is simply too much solder, but we're going to try and see how it behaves. Put a stencil over the pins. That's actually a good idea, yeah. Okay, so I can tell that's too much solder because it's not self-writing. Whereas when I had less solder on that pad, because of there being less solder, it maintained, I was able to pull off some of that solder then. It makes it upright itself, whereas when you got too much, it sort of becomes the forces of the solder wanting to form a blob exceed the force that you get when it just forms a little ring around it. Anyway, that at least we know what the upper limit is now. I'm just going to try something here since that's what this is all about. It's not like the real job right now. We're just trialing stuff. Like I said, yes, you can watch other people's videos, but sometimes it's more beneficial to put yourself through the experience. Otherwise, we'd all be experts on everything based on what we watch on YouTube. Oops, too much. And that is why I don't normally use wick for trying to clear up pins and things like that, because it always overshoots. Remember, I'm just experimenting here. Much better that I fiddle around with it now. There we go. Feels like it's about right there. I figure if I hit it with some hot air, then touch it with the iron, the hot air will let it have enough time, to do that. It's a little bit off. Must have been beginner's luck on that first one, eh? Definitely beginner's luck on that first one. Oh, that's only at 250, no wonder. Yeah, that's more like it. Still has drifted off to the side though. So certainly I think there's definitely an ideal point amount of solder that will make it go central. Yeah, there'll be a sort of an appropriate amount of solder that will make it go central, but will make sure it maintains the natural buoyancy, self-righting capacity. But I think that's sort of within the realm of tolerable. I'll see if I've got any stencils that match. Something close to that. Probably not going to be in my iPhone stencil set. Instead, it'll probably be in one of my boxes where I've got, like, I bought a bunch of random stencils and they send me like 5 copies of the same stencil. Would hot tweezers work? Maybe. You would have a hard time not getting solder onto the tip, onto the pin, even if you clean it. solder just has this ability to appear out of nowhere like a crazy stalker and then smother you. The trick with the stencil though, okay, that's too big, so what is this? It doesn't have 0.4, that's probably ball size. The trick with the stencil though is that once you put it over it, it does sort of constrain you. It's actually a little bit finer pitch than I was expecting. Oh, that's so close. Maybe I do need to go iPhone style. What about you? That's interesting. That's a double pitch. So we could use this. I just have to chop out a corner of that, and that would act as a supporting guide. What I might do is actually chop it that I can put the pin in right on the edge, and it will give me side access to the pin, but provide a support. So I'm just going to chop this beautiful stencil that I've never used before into pieces. I just realised I really want the inner stencil, but anyway. This is just for theory. There we go. But the idea I'm thinking of is actually the other way around, so that you would sort of be holding a pin kind of like right here, but from the other direction. So you're right on the edge of it, which means you can... I just need to turn it around though. Basically I just need to take a chunk out of the inside of the stencil. Please stand by. Well, Jimbo, I've got so many of this particular stencil that it's no harm at all. It should be noted though that this won't necessarily assist with making it go upright, so it may actually be more drama than it's worth. I think if I'm to use it, I would actually kind of keep it more like resting on the top of the pins, because at least the closer it is up to the top, then the better the likelihood that it's going to be in the right position. The angle of deflection isn't going to be too bad. So like right now it's kind of pushed a little bit off to there. Quite frankly, I think this would probably sit in the socket just fine. But yeah, so I would use this little piece of stencil, and since this is an AM4 chip, this will do the trick as my holding guide if I need it. And seriously, I have got so many of these stencils. It's and they've been sitting here for years. And if you don't use them for this, what are you going to use them for? And they do have multiple copies. So like I've used that little chunk there. Kind of curious if there was one that actually was the right pitch. The nice thing at least about that fine one is the diameter of the holes sort of suited the stencil nicely. Oh yeah, here we go. I just grabbed one and that's the perfect one there. Ha! Ah, you gotta love that. How's that, eh? Yeah, you see what I mean about this? See, if I use the normal pitch one, apart from being a bit psychedelically looking, it won't hold the pins steady, whereas the half pitch one, the hole sizes are going to be just right for it. This actually is just right for the whole. Yeah, if you were to put down paste, this would probably work just fine. Whereas the hole fit for this is much better for those actual stalks. So yeah, so we're going to keep this little shim of stencil. It's actually quite amazing they managed to drill all those holes and they didn't break through on any of them. That's impressive. You got to appreciate the amount of work that must have gone into making those stencils, because they're not laser cut holes, they're drilled, or at least I'm fairly sure they're drilled. It's amazing that they cost as little as they do. How many bits do they break or wear out making one stencil? Okay, Eric, catch you later. GD Tech, I think I got it worked out. Don't see it being a major issue. It's more just a case of, okay, how's it going to behave? You know, get a bit of practice on that, see what the behavior patterns are going to be like. I'm pretty confident on what it's doing, and we'll see what the state of the actual chip, if it arrives, is going to be, and go from there. Like I said, sometimes it can be 100 times more effective to do a trial run like this than it is to watch another video. On the other hand, there are other times where a video is extremely effective, like how do you open up the case of a particular computer or a laptop. That sort of stuff is where videos are really, really handy. And I find for this sort of thing, hands-on tends to be more effective. Yeah, Prater probably is. I also got, I mean, this is pretty much the generic AliExpress Chinese pack. And then you got this one as well. I think it's like $2 for that whole pack. And then another $2 for this 5 copies of the same thing, basically. It's infrequent that I have to use these. But, again, they're useful at times when you want to cut out a stencil. So I have used them a couple of times. The big problem with these is that they buckle and jump all over the place as soon as you try to warm them up. Could they perhaps be using electrical discharge on? Yeah, it's possible, Christian. Although they do have a bevel on them, which sort of infers that they are using a drill tip. Maybe they've just got a bed of tips or something and they just like drop it all in at once. I don't know. Either way, it's impressive precision. Okay, so I'm actually going to leave that little piece of stencil on there so that when I come back to it, it'll all be in one container. Now, I just need to get myself a zippy bag. It looks like I have to go out to the workshop and get another big bag of these bags. About 15 years ago or so, I bought myself some, I don't know, I think it was about 10,000 of these zip bags, because I was when I was packing up the electronics that I was making for model aircraft. And we didn't have AliExpress back then, we had Alibaba, but not AliExpress. And so when you ordered things, you had to order big, else they would just ignore you. I was like, how many pallets of bags do you want? And you're like, I just want a box. And they're like, ugh. And I think they got so many of those type of requests, which sort of led them to spawn AliExpress as a sister site to Alibaba. Hey, CD. Alright, so that is all prepped. I've got some pins off there, not that it really was a concern, I could take more off. And we've got the stencil ready to go. Now where to put it so that I don't lose it. Probably stick it up with my iPhone jobs. Okay. Okay, just let me check a couple of other things. No. You're dead as a doornail. So many dead doornails in this place. Alright, what do we got here? What? Seriously? Sorry, excuse me as I make various exclamation remarks about stuff that I don't know anything about. I'm just going to review some boards. Yeah, sometimes when your initial pass over a board, you're like, nah, no good, can't fix that, it's cactus. And then you come back later and you go, you know what, actually maybe I can fix that. So we're going to do a review now. Okay, looks like that's my address, and that's Jason's address. Dead CPU, alright, that's pretty definitive. Okay. Crikey, what is this one? Very weird to see him with green tantalums on there. Ah, not green. My goodness. That's a brain fart and a half. Orange, yellow, whatever you want to call. Okay, we're going to go and review these. See if I've missed something obvious. Oh, Jesus. 1425 boards. Okay, they can go to hell. They are actually for someone else. I just realized. What's this one? A 928668. Okay, what is wrong with you? I'm not even sure who 668 was. Better go check that. Computer, show me job 668. Is indeed. Unofficial. Okay, we've got CD3215 missing there. ISL's missing. I really need to put better effort into, leaving better notes. It's interesting that I have neither the ISL or the CD 3215s on here. This, I believe, the 928 I think has also the chip that isolates the display from the, what do you call it? Display from the display connector. CPU, right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has that mux up in there. Yeah, that's got the mux in it. Alright then. I'm going to pop the chips on there and see what the behavior is and go back from that. I know it's a little weird, but it could be wasting time. But this is my own damn fault for not having adequately described what the ailment of the board was. So in a way I'm kind of teaching myself by punishing myself. Alright, so we need a 3215s and we need I think it's 9240s for the 928. Not sure if it's 9240 or 9239s. Guess we'll find out. Schematic. What in the hell? Oh yeah, I know what that is. Right. That was a bit terrifying. I thought I'd broken my program. Again. And it's a 9239. Yep, 9239. Sure, Jason's gonna be like, why the hell are you doing this? Leave it alone. Let it die. Stop bringing back zombie boards. The trouble is, I like to revisit some zombie boards simply because, yeah, there are times when you've acquired new knowledge and you're not even aware that you're carrying that new knowledge that's going to be relevant to an old job. Okay, let's go microscope. Hey, wrong way. The lovely smell of the proper Amtech flux. Because the downside is, the fact that I'm smelling it means I need to do better with my fume extractor. I mean, it's only a very small amount of smell, but it does tell you that, therefore, there are some degree of fumes that you're inhaling. Okay, pin one to the corner. Gotta admit though, it's a hell of a lot nicer than the horrible toxic smell of most fluxes. Fresh, genuine, never used before much chips. Robert, yes, the CPU turned up. We just had practice with some pin replacements. And so now it's a case of waiting for the actual CPU that needs to be repaired to turn up, if in fact it does. But thank you for that, Robert. Robert is the chap that sent us that chip to harvest the pins from. Yeah, there's too much flux there right now, so we're just going to blow it back a bit. Got to be careful though when you do heat up the board like that and you put the chip down. Sometimes there can be enough residual heat on the board that you will get an instantaneous amount of solder reflowing and sticking. So just be cautious of that. Okay, that's down. Yeah, Robert, I might have to do the same for someone else too. So like everybody just passes it around. Take a dozen pins, pass it on to the next person. I'm just going to reflow that again, just in case it didn't actually Yeah, that's gotta be good. How do you avoid surrounding items from melting and blowing off? One way, most of the time, these sort of parts, they're all held down fairly strongly by the surface tension of the solder. So even when they melt, while they may offset slightly while it's melted, as soon as you take the hot air away, they'll just spring back to whatever neutral position or the surface tension creates for them, and then they re-solidify. It's quite hard to get them to come off once they have got both sides down or all sides down. To get them to fly off, you pretty much have to lift one leg up. Okay, so we've got this ISO up here. Now, this is a little bit trickier here because you do have this connector and that can easily get upset by the hot air. You can see a little bit's already been done there. So we will actually turn it around so that the hot air comes from that, heads towards this shield instead. The downside is that it means I'm poking the damn circuit board into my guts. It's not comfortable. First thing I'd do is clean up what's there. These little ones tend not to really have much resistance against the heat. There are other ones that do have better heat tolerance. But those ones are a little bit on the weak side in most cases. Particularly if you do hit them with hot air, that's the problem. If you get them with the hot air, then the direct heat does mess them up. On the other hand, I mean, they obviously survive through a reflow process because they're put on with pick and place and then put in the oven. Actual ambient temperature is not so much of a problem, but directed air, that's different because you're focusing a lot of energy onto one spot very quickly. So it's a bit like, it's the opposite of the wind chill factor. It's the same principle though, but instead of it stripping energy from you, it's overloading or pushing more energy into you. So instead of wind chill, it's, I don't know, think of another name. Hot cook. Damn it. Sorry, I'm just looking for one of my shields. Here we go. Hey, Big Mac. How's it going? 555's here. Hello, 555. But simply the opposite of wind chill. Same principle. It's a bit like, when you stir things, the reaction occurs quicker. Same principles. Heat blast, that's better. Blowtorch effect. Blowtorch effect, that's what I was trying to think of, yes. I remembered it. You all heard me. Yeah, that's totally not original. It's original pulled. It's kind of like faulty towers. It's not freshly squeezed orange juice, but it is freshly opened from the bottle. If that goes right, it should sit and drift over to the right. Hopefully. There we go, yep. By the way, I'm not expecting it to actually work at this point because I believe there's still something else at fault on this board. I just don't know what it is. But I'm essentially restoring it back to what it was prior to me giving up on it. So we've got some nasty corrosion there. I'll use some 80/20 to clear that away. I can't really get it off the shield, but I just want to clear it off those pads. So, Mark Rescue. Tried to install Flexboard View on Big Sur, installed, load and ran correctly, spoken to me. Hey Creature, which chip was that, Creature? My apologies for not remembering everything that I've spoken to you about. Under the shield, it actually won't be too bad because it's the underfilled chips under there. The shield is really more of an EMI thing. Okay, I'm just gonna put those chips back into the stash. And then I have to bring down some, what do I need? I need a lightning port connector. Right. So hopefully I've got one in amongst my container of crap. Shield is there to hold on to the liquid, right. Yeah, give it a chance to actually get underneath the underfill. Now I know I had one yesterday, so where is it? Okay, so this is not applicable. That's a 1932 air type one. It probably actually is functionally the same, but there we go. This is the one we're after. I know a few times I've, in a pinch, used those offset ones on these boards, and it seems to work. Sometimes you wonder whether you're pushing your luck doing things like that. You're like, oops, sorry, blew up the board. Okay, so here we go. What have we got? 5 volts, 200, 300. 5 volts, 338. That's a very weird... That's not really a value I'm accustomed to seeing. 5 volts, 338. Very strange. I've got another soldered CD over there. We just did this one here. We'll thermal camera it and see at least where the heat's coming up. Yeah, 338's not really what you normally see. You either see 0 or anyway. Thermal camera will reveal something, and we will probably still be no better off. Come on, start blinking. Right. Ugh. What the hell? Is that cam focusable? The infrared one? No. You get what you get. Alright, so that CD3215 is... Yes, it is indeed warm. So we'll replace that one as well. It's entirely possible it was a dud. Okay, but this is interesting to me. There is something getting warm over here. Yeah, that's interesting. That's getting warm and that's getting warm, so that's different. It is warm enough, I should be able to pick that up with the isopropylene. Okay, above, we'll turn that off. Actually, we don't need to turn off that. The board's still running. So what have we got over here? This looks like 342 generation area. Okay, that. Okay, so it looks like that's probably a dual diode, I'd say. Schematic. Rotate that around. Okay, D6902. Yep, it's a dual diode. Alright, so if that is getting warm, it's probably not because... unlikely because it's damaged, but rather because there is an excessive amount of current flowing through it. And as I said, that is going into the 3v3 PP bus 3v3 G3 hot section. So we may have a short on this area. So L6900. That's that inductor just below. Fair enough. Okay, I can't remove the inductor because that's part of the buck converter. What we'll do is we'll take the inductor off. Oh, first we'll measure the resistance and see if we have something low there. $500 ohms. It's not actually low. It's definitely not low. Okay, let's have a look around here. 230k. Okay. Huh. I gotta admit, that's a little weird that would be getting hot to that level where it actually will dissipate the IPA off it. Now, so say the diodes, I don't know if they're Schottky or whether they're just silicon ones. Doesn't really say. I'm going to assume they're just silicon. So 0.6. Yeah, that'd be like having to draw at least half an amp coming out of that. So it just seems a little weird. I'm going to fire it up again and do a voltage check on that area. Hey, Andrew Hughes. FLIR 1 Pro is the camera I'm using. Okay, so we are generating 3.3 volts. So everything is actually technically functioning here. Interesting though, we've got 4.5 there. We should have something more than that. Should be 8.6. 0.9 volts, that sounds pretty damn low. Okay, so we have 5 volts coming in here. 4.5. I guess that's coming in from the USB, so I suppose that makes sense. So I'm getting the feeling, even though we've got heat showing up here, I don't think we can blame this area. And we are getting 3 volts. So even though it's got heat there, I can't blame it. So I'm actually going to go back to this particular chip, and I'm going to change it. This is a different one. It's not the one we just did. This is a different one. It's on the other side. I might just check continuity mode on all of those caps and see what's going on. Yeah, maybe when I'm shorted, like there's that one bit of corrosion there. Check all the caps. Okay, we kind of used up all the caps there. Damn it, why are you no short? Oh, look at that one. That's dodgy. What the? How did I miss all this? That's a cluster job. Only thing I can think of is that maybe that actually wasn't even present originally. Like if the board had been reasonably newly liquid damaged, but no, that makes no sense. What was I doing? Must have been... How long have these boards been here? That 686, that's a long time ago, that job. I think it might have been... It's a 686... Great, I don't even have a date code on that one showing up. Needless to say, I'd say it's close to a year ago. In which case I understand why I... Nah, it wasn't a chat situation. I know why I'll probably collapse out on this job. Oh yeah, oh shit. Yep. Funnily enough, I did one of these the other day and I had pretty much all the same issues. I ended up replacing this. There was more damage in here before. I lost my 1V8 here on this section. I had to redo that trace. And yeah, well, this is probably corrosion under this here. Yeah, so I think we can tell why this board is not booting now. Big time. These resistors here, they're a bit tricky. They are fairly unique, but I'm going to have to just pick them up from elsewhere because this all needs to take a hike. These two resistors and that one, they have to go. There's no way around it. And this here is a TMP 461. That always has to go. It's a sensor chip. I wouldn't have had stock of them back then either. I do now. Yeah, make it that one as well. We're going to do it in segments. This chip also probably should be replaced, but we're going to do it bit by bit. And it probably still won't work at the end. I'm just using some 80-20 again, just to help clear away some of the sources of corrosion there. And check on those parts. Maybe the gas chip might be okay. But yeah, this is going to be a little bit of an arduous task. Like I said, it took me a while the last time, and I wasn't even talking to people. To be fair, the previous one was even worse than this. Okay, so we've got... Yeah. That's why you gotta dig it back. If you don't dig it back, that will just sit there and it will re-emerge later. Bit of a nuisance that it's directly under that chip, but hopefully we can get away with that. Probably not. We're probably going to have to UV protect that. The UV area that I'm talking about is for where the exposed area under the chip is, not so much the top. Sorry, not so much out of it. This section here, I don't want to be exposed. It's not a big section, but it's big enough that it could easily end up a bridge between those pads there, and I don't want that for obvious reasons. So we'll just get some UV cure and dab that on quickly. Jason, that's awfully nice of you to be saying that. I guess you'd kind of want me to be slightly competent, considering you're entrusting some things to me. It'd be terrible if I was bad at it. Okay, so this is slightly tricky. There's not really much point trying to make it perfect straight up, so you just splotch it on, and that's about it. Let's try thin it out a little bit. By thinning it out, it lets me get a better cure job on it. I'm not worried about the fact that I've covered those pads. I can just scratch them back later. By the way, I have found that my UV pen, Cure pen, it actually is the right one. It's 395 nanometers. So, yeah, it's just a case of it's perhaps a bit too thick sometimes. I also have this lamp, which does a similar job. Don't know why I try to make the lamp move to where the board is. I just make the board move to where the lamp is. Use a toothpick. I like using those little cotton coated. They are basically cotton coated toothpicks, really. So when you look at it, I mean that's pretty close to. Okay, it's a little bit thicker than a toothpick, but the nice thing is it fits perfectly into the nozzle, the spout of the UV paint, and then the cotton portion of it picks up enough paint for me to do the job. Does it claim to be 395 or is it actually? Well, that's the unknown factor, isn't it? I mean, where is it? Yeah, 395, and I bought this as a UV cure, like for this sort of stuff, and likewise this particular contraption as well. Okay, that's probably enough. Well, I know that the little torch one, it works well on picking out cat pee, so it's a start. It's definitely cured it. You can usually tell because it has a very translucent look about it. There is a thin layer of some sort of gooiness or something. I don't know what that is, but it washes off. But when you look at it, it's like got that clear glass. It's transparent. Whereas when it's not cured, it does have more of an opaque appearance. Okay, now we're going to get this one off. It's not too critical because we basically just wanted to cover that little area. There's a teeny tiny pinhole there which somehow I missed, but I'm not too fussed about it. Tony, yes, that is correct. That is the one that I thought was black for a very long time, but ended up having that weird bronze overtone. Mark, obviously the pee detection is used for elsewhere in the house. Unfortunately. Very much to the distress of both myself and Alita. Why'd you cure it before you got all the corrosion off? There was no corrosion I was getting off. I already had the corrosion off. So we're just fluffing the pads here, giving the chip something to bite onto. Doesn't matter that it's not perfectly flowed because we're going to bring the hot air down on it anyway. Alright, go get ourselves a TMP 461. At least I'm pretty sure it's a TMP 461. Like I said, I dealt with them a few days ago. What is frustrating about these chips though is that they don't actually say TMP 461 on them. Come on. Down further on the board. Oh, okay. You mean the board blood sort of stuff. Well, obviously, I'll tackle that sort of stuff as I go down. But right now, I'm just sort of like doing block at a time. Because it's a little bit too much of a job to do in one run. You kind of have to progressively work your way down the board. Okay, pin 1 orientation is correct. Alright. So now comes the fun stuff. So we just fixed up that. And I'm pretty sure that's the... where's my schematic gone? Yeah, TMP 461, yeah. All good. So now we need those two and these two. And these two are some funny values, yeah, there we go. It's like this 191 and 359. Oh, and 11k, that's right. So 95.3 and 11k. Very obscure values. Hey, Blue Dog Ron. Fortunately, I do have enough boards. Hopefully that will have... I'm pretty sure I've got enough boards that I've got those parts. So 95.3. I don't even have to do any other refinements. It's such a unusual value that just putting in 95.3 is enough. There we go, we can see it's popping up all over the place. Just trying to see which board I'm going to want to take it from. I've already taken it from all the 239s that I have. The 2936 has it. That's probably going to be a bigger part though. Probably like an 402, whereas we want a 201. Now, while you can put a 402 on a 603 pad, you can't really put a 402 on a 201. It's the ratio of sizes is just too severe. So I'm going to try the 0045. Just in from the display connector. Fortunately, I've got a decent number of the 45s. They are the much loved, sarcastically, A1534 chips, which everybody hates. Okay. So according to schematic, it's that chip, that resistor there. Hello, Sue James. I'm kind of hoping that resistor next to it's going to be the 11K one. But we'll see. We'll see how horribly wrong I am. And I've got to make sure I get the orientation right here. I almost could have put that on rotated 90 degrees. Okay. Looks like that's not an 11K. I'm just going to see if it does have 11K somewhere on this board. It does not. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. So now we've got to go find an 11K board. Yeah, I'll stop searching. And I'll put in the 201 constraint on this. O201 is actually 0.5 by 0.25 millimeters. But of course it depends. I mean, most of the specs on most of the part sizes on these, they're the imperial size as opposed to the metric, because the metric O201 of course is much smaller, but I don't think you can get O21 metrics. But yeah, all of the sizes I'm quoting, they're the imperial sizes, so O201 is half by a quarter millimeter. Let's see, 3332 seems to have it. But it's probably a, yay, you're a freaking melded. Oh, you suck. Well, just keep searching. The 426 board might be legit. And it is not. And funnily enough, we've got the... Wait, why didn't you come up with the 11K, the other one? I have to fix up some of the search things. I've noticed there's a few glitches. I am working on that currently, I'll have you know. Let's see, this should be a strict match. Search. Hey Joda, screens for the 1398, there's I think 2 or 3 models of them and they're all very expensive. Honestly, if you are at this situation where you need to get a screen for a 1398, it's probably just not worth it. I hate to say that, but it really just isn't worth it. Unless you can find a second-hand 1398 that's the same model, same year, it's going to be stupidly expensive. I hope my strict match is not doing case sensitivity. What? What load of crap's that? That's a load of crap. Oh, no wonder it didn't let you. Stupid 201. We'll drop the radius to about 35. Substring. I said substring. Yeah, if this doesn't bring up anything, I'll try 11.0k. Okay, this is hitting the right things because we've got the 239 coming up again. Ah, bloody hell. Who the hell uses 11k? I mean, really? What were they thinking? Yeah, this is another donor board. It might actually have the... Oh, here we go. I can just pull directly from this. I don't need to look for it. Someone's going to tell me I'm going to have regular expression search. To which I will reply, hell no. Yeah, I think I might just do a part transfer from this. This is a 928 board. Yeah. So this is actually a direct board replacement, so we'll do that. I forgot that I had it. I haven't had this donor board for long. Interestingly, looks like the 4924 has it. So, funnily enough, I'm going to steal it from the 4924 because the more parts I don't have to take from this donor, given that it's a unique donor, the better. Yeah, okay, where are you? Oh, okay, you're up by the display section. Cool. That's what I like to see. You better be populated. Nothing like finding a part only to find then it's a no stuff. Okay, we're good. As for what this part is for, on this, let's see, it's 5 volt USB set 1, so it's some sort of, yeah, voltage setting of some kind. Anyway. So this is our resistor. I'm just going to rotate it off, just 100% make sure. Well, I don't like it though when different engineers have different tastes and pick parts that aren't really what you can expect in a reasonable... I mean, okay, you can get 11Ks, but it's still... Yep, that's 11K. Just had to check. Not sure why there's that. No, I was going to say that really shouldn't be there, that little covering of blue. I think it just drifted. Looks like you guessed that one wrong, Mals. Oh, what the hell? 27.4? Okay, whatever. Couldn't be 27. Yay, we got a standard one. 10K 201. Bloody hell. Damn it. Now, under normal circumstances, I would actually grab both of these simultaneously, but given the precarious situation, I am going to opt to actually grab one at a time. But let it be known that grabbing two at once would not be something I wouldn't do. I often prefer to do that. It saves me doing double trips. Ah, right, okay, I'll switch back. Unfortunately, I'm holding a resistor, damn it, so you'll just have to wait. I'm sorry. The curse of the schematic view strikes again. Oh, for fuck's sake. And you guys made me lose my resistor. Fortunately, that was the 10K 201. But you still made me lose it. $1K, $100K, 1 ohm, 10K. Like I said, very fortunate for you all that it was just a miserable little 10K job. Yeah, just managed to put it back down, and then all of a sudden, whoop, away it went. And all I could think of was it wasn't my fault. I channeled the American within me and looked for someone else to blame. Yeah, good luck with that, Travis. I find the resistor packs dubious at best, and yeah, quite frankly, they're all just a bit sus. Unless they're genuinely good brand name ones, in which case they cost an absolute fortune. Okay, so these are all 0 ohm resistors. These caps have definitely got to go. I'm worried that under this chip is going to be a disaster as well. Let that flux flow in. So taking all three of these in one shot. Oh wow, it actually, whoops, sorry. It's chewing away on that trace. Unbelievable. Son of a damn it. It's probably gone under that chip. I gotta admit, I'm probably gonna have to replace this chip. I could put a trace in there, but you can bet your boots that there's probably a bunch of corrosion under that chip. It is not the prettiest of chips to replace either. It's pretty much SMC level in terms of size. So we need a 0 ohm resistor and a couple of caps there. They're probably just little puffer caps. Yeah, picofarad sizes for noise control. But I know that's definitely, well, I shouldn't say definitely, but I'm fairly sure that's a 0 ohm. Yeah, this is where the schematics suck a lot, but that is 0 ohm. That's the value there. You wouldn't really think of it. It's like, but that is what it is. This illustrates why it's very difficult to draw values out of a schematic. You know, I've seen people try, and I see people send me messages and say, why don't you make it so that the program reads the values from the schematic? And the problem is that there is no way a program is going to be able to go, okay, this is the resistor and that is the value. Especially when more often than not it's the part name, the value, or we've got part name, value, and then the spec of the part. There's no consistency, and there is no internal association of this block of text is relevant to this value. It's all just like a great big it's a great big mosaic of characters on the screen that make something that you yourself can interpret, but it's not something that you can actually use a machine language to interpret. So yeah, that's why when people say, oh, you really should add that, and I'm like, alright, you can be the one that can do it, and then I will buy it from you if you can do it. I mean, yeah, I can write code that will make it work out what the value is for, say, 60 to 70% of the time, but the other 30 to 40% of the time, it's going to get everything wrong. And you may say, well, 60 to 70%, that's a pretty good ratio. But it's not the successes that are the problem, it's the failures, because you won't know that they're failures. Some projects you just got to look at and go, you know what, it would be lovely if we could, but until they standardize how they do the schematics, it's not going to happen. And unfortunately, some people think I'm just being an asshole when I say things like that, rebuff their brilliant ideas. It is funny. I do get emails of like, I have got this idea that is so brilliant that it will transform your program and sell you millions and blah 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 blah. And either it's a completely infeasible proposition, or it's something I've actually already done and they just didn't realize. I had that the other day, and I was like, yeah, I've already done that last couple of years. Why didn't you think to check? My wife actually gets the same as a novelist. For some reason, people think that when you're a novelist, you don't have any unique ideas of your own, and therefore people have to come up to you and say, oh, I've got this great idea for a book, it's going to be fantastic, and if you write it, I'll give you 50% of the sales. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like, if I write it, I'm going to want 80% plus, preferably 95%, just because you think you came up with that idea. Ideas are easy, implementations are hard. How do you say idiot in in Afrikaans? I'm actually not sure, to be honest. Okay, so we've got 100 nanofarad, 16 volts, followed by 2.2. Okay, yeah, I might just suck these from the other board. Stommeling in Dutch. Probably something pretty close to that. There's probably some local variant in the sense of something relevant to something stupid or idiotic that was discovered in South Africa. So yeah, I'm cheating here. I'm stealing these two. I know which one's bigger because the 2.2 is physically larger. It is funny. Yeah, they have the same footprint. They're both 201s, but they are physically quite different. So that's the 100 nanofarad, 0.1 microfarad, and that's 2.2 microfarad. And as you can see, there's a big difference between them, even though they both have the same 201 footprint. Thank you very much, TCB Home, for the €2. I almost said pounds, I'm sorry, forgive me. This peel off here is not a problem. Many chips are like this, where they've got the plastic top, but underneath they've got that beautiful blue crystal effect. Okay, I'm going to replace that cap. We're going to have to take this chip off. Yeah, it's Fersen? Fersen, is it? Yeah, it's Fersen. Ach, is nie Fersen. I shouldn't really try to speak Afrikaans. Because ach nee, Afrikaans praat niemand. Certainly the first thing you should learn in a language is how to say that you don't know how to speak a language. It's weird, I never actually heard that that word while I was over there, Fersen. I heard a lot of others. Maybe that was too tame. Speaking of which, where the frick did I just put that cap? Where did I put that cap? That's funny, you say, "Ich praat nie Afrikaans nie." I always was saying it as, I cannot speak Afrikaans. Yeah, where did I put that cap? It's not a small cap. Right over. Oh, right, yeah, there we go. A little bit too much solder on that. Alright, so I've got to replace these three and those two. Doesn't matter if they're not showing as shorted, they're just clearly obviously too damaged. Yeah, GD Tech, that's pretty much it. I really thought that was just factory placement. These little standoffs get in my way so often. Yeah, the double negative thing wasn't too much trouble, thankfully. I mean, that's what I was saying. Ek kan nie Afrikaans praat nie. Okay, so we lost a complete pad down there. That's potentially problematic. Quite likely, Miles. Quite likely. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have... Oh, I do. Lucky me. And it's actually connected. Shocker. Okay, but the trouble is, there's also a bunch of board cancer going on around it, so we might have to dive down and clear that up first. So we've got that there. I guess we're basically just debriding the board. Savvy, I spent most of my time up in the Highveld, well, Victoria and Johannesburg, Centurion. I mean, I did travel around a lot, but I had my house over in Centurion just behind the cricket grounds, which is pretty damn good. Especially when you've got a corporate box to run off to. Hey Jessica Adele, it's good to hear that you're working. That's important, isn't it? You can see from the missing parts that I had quite a bit of fun with the previous board that I repaired. And I've even got a cap missing that I'm going to have to come up with. This one here. Should revisit South Africa. Nah, no thanks. They'd probably arrest me if I went back there, to be honest. Because when they tossed me out, they did so before I had a chance to finalise my tax debts. And so I spent a good couple of years thereafter trying to sort out my tax debt with them. But because of the corruption level and the lack of, lack of them knowing what they were doing as they were transitioning and things like that, everybody just kept losing my case. And in the end, it just never got resolved. And then one day I'm trying to chasing it up, and they're like, "Oh, we don't have any record of it." And it's like, that's it, I'm done. I tried one other avenue, and there was still no record of it. And I was like, what am I going to do? You don't have a record of my tax debt, so how am I supposed to repay it? And like I said, I checked from inside sources and outside to no avail. So this is a 1 microfarad 10 volt 402. Yeah, Savvy, I see corruption basically hasn't gone anywhere. I mean, as in it's still as bad as it ever was. Nothing's changed. I think we all lost hope, when Mbeki stepped in to take over. And then that whole corruption scandal with the military equipment purchases, it was like, yep, we're just going back to the same old, nothing's going to change. And then, as if it wasn't bad enough with an Mbeki taken over, it just got worse thereafter. I mean, geez, Zuma did a pretty good job overall of screwing everything up. Still, I don't live there, but I certainly kept track of what was happening. Well, I agree with the person, I mean, corruption is pretty much a expected thing to some degree, but, oh geez, South Africa took it to a new level. It really did. And the worst thing is that they're also good enough to know, to be able to shift the blame. So rather than the population getting around to solving the corruption issues, they're just sent on a wild goose chase. I mean, the whole ANC party, it really is a revolutionist party that never matured into a government. Or at least it feels that way, and they want it that way. Because every time you go to one of their rallies, it's all the same. It's like, we're the revolution, we're going to make things better when we're in power. And it's like, you've already been in power for 25 years, and you bastards, you're so good at doing this, convincing everybody that you're fighting against some foreign entity that is actually you. Very frustrating. Oh yeah, okay, look, I'll grant you, Brazil does tend to take the cake. I'll give you that one, yep. South Africa's pretty close in there, though. But it is unfortunately quite true, regardless of the country, most of the time a revolutionist party is the sort of party that, okay, you get the change to happen, but then you got to kick them out almost straight away. Because the type of party that can lead a revolution is not the type of party that understands how to run a stable government thereafter. I don't know if there's many examples of it actually working out. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly sure. I don't recall too many anyway. Okay, I need to find one of these. I have a feeling this is the same as that chip that's used for the 1B05 on the 1466s. Okay, there we go, we got a 165. Like I said, I'm fairly sure it's that chip. Okay, not the one I was thinking of, but it'll do. I'm happy to take that one. And I'll switch to microscope view, just so you don't all yell at me. Yelling is hurtful. I'm guessing it's that. Up by the crystal, cap and resistor bar. Yep, that's it. Interesting, it looks different. Okay, after I put this on, I've just got to step outside and check on Elita. Unfortunately, she had a bit of a tumble yesterday evening. Got a great big boogie egg on her knee and banged her head and hurt her shoulder and got some scrapes and bruises. So I'm just going to make sure she's doing okay. Oh crap, I just realised I was going to make her a sandwich too. That's vastly more important than what I'm doing here. I mean, you guys can wait, but I've let her down now. So if I don't come back after I go for a look out there, it's because you've all led me astray and I hate you all, and I'll be trying to get my brownie points back. Yeah, she's doing okay. You know, it was just more of a bit of a rude shock, as it were. You know, no one likes to take a tumble like that. I mean, just like the other week when I hit my head on the plank of wood. What I'm going to try and do quickly is I'm going to try bridge that gap. Although I strongly suspect the chip itself is corroded, but I'm going to try bridge that gap and see if this thing boots to 20 volts, and then I'm going to go check. Okay, that is touching the extractor. You could tell because it was vibrating everywhere. Damn you lousy piece of... it's not... I can't get my tip in there. The best I'd be able to do is if I put some solder paste down there, but that's not going to do it. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to still plug in and see if we do get a reasonable voltage or something, then we can look at running that chip. I'm just trying to see what that was. It might be just the clock drive or something for the real-time clock, not actually for the CPU clock or anything. Anyways, time. 5 volts, 329, 330. So we have not made any progress. Well, doesn't that just suckety-doo? Whoop-de-doo, suckety-doo. That CD3215 is getting hot, so yeah, we still have issues over there. Alright, I'm just gonna go check on Elita. Hey. Sorry, I've just realised I've been abandoning you because I said I was going to make you a sandwich.
Oh, that's okay. Just been out with the kids
Oh, okay.
and the wildlings.
And wildlings, okay.
No one's misbehaving. I was just giving them attention.
Okay.
And now the front's closed.
Okay, so they're in the night pen. Sort of almost done with the job. You can quite tell. I'll give it another 15 minutes and then I'll close up.
Okay, my love.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you. Luna. Do you know where Lucky Bum is?
He should be in the pen.
Oh, okay. Right. I'll check. Alright. Some methylated spirits. The only problematic venomous spider we get in this region is the redback. It's not overly fatal. It will make you pretty damn crook. If you have a pre-existing condition, it can be fatal in that respect. We also do get mouse spiders up here occasionally. Overall, the risk of having a spider bite and stuff like that is exceptionally small around here. In this region, snake bites are more of a thing. Right, well, I'm going to have to take that chip off. I just can't see a way of reasonably connecting that trace otherwise. Funnel web spiders are a legitimate issue. Like, if you do get bitten by them, that is most certainly a genuine medical situation. Fortunately, we just don't get that sort of spider up here. We get something that looks very similar to it. We get a few of those, but it's not that common up here. As it certainly, snakes are the more common thing to encounter here, and most of the time the people that get bitten are people attempting to kill the snake. And by law, you're not permitted to kill snakes. They are native wildlife. So it's kind of poetic justice when people get bitten. Snakes will just go away if you give them a chance. Because as far as they're concerned, you are not food. You are a threat to them. They just want to get away. Should they ever look like they're threatening you, it's probably because you're between them and their planned escape route. And I think about 90% of the people admitted for snake bite to hospitals are people trying to kill the snake or capture it, or basically people who were messing with something they shouldn't have been messing with in the first place. Snakes will generally just move on their own. They're not they're not territorial, they're not they don't look after their babies or anything like that. At least the ones we have. Just leave them be, they'll go on their way. End of the story. Oh, hilarious. That trace that is broken does not even go under the chip. As in, it isn't even connected to the chip, it just happens to go up here. Ha! Oh, well, I suppose I should be thankful for that. That means it makes it easier. I'm attacking that pad there because it looks like it has a bit of corrosion or something on it. Might be okay. Famous last words. Broken my tip off this. No wonder it's all dodgy. I wonder what Lewis is up to today. Wonder if he's going to do a stream for us. Yeah, okay, there's a real problem here. This pad, it actually has disconnected from the via. I can't quite show it to you, but yeah, it's not really showing up on video. But yeah, it's corroded around the via. So there's no connection there. Now what terrifies me is, where does that go? It's on here. Okay, it's not too bad. Let's see, we've got an NC that sits right between it, so we could theoretically actually run a bridge wire from there to there. But I probably should do the right thing and just take it from the cap and bring it around. We can test to see if it is disconnected. Just diode mode it. Or rather, just we'll diode mode it. No, we'll continue it here. Indecisive, man, indecisive. Okay, so we know the caps. This is the only trouble with when you're in zoomed in a lot. Oh, that is connected. That's problematic. Those are good. Two down. Alright, that's weird. Maybe it is still connected, I don't know. I just find it hard to trust it. I feel like if it is there, it's extremely marginal. Yeah, I'm going to say that's extremely marginal, so I am going to put a safety wire in there. The first one I'm going to do is that external one. If I can get my hands on some wire. There we go. I'll just prep those pads. Lewis doesn't hate everything, he just intensely dislikes it. Hey Jose, no, this is a MacBook. But I can understand you thinking it would be an iPhone given the diminutive sizes that I'm working on. Especially that everything's going out of focus. Unfortunately, due to the way this board actually rests, it's very difficult to stop it from dropping onto the... I'll just see if I can pack it underneath, make it a little firmer maybe. Yeah, I mean, if looking at this, I would have, if someone said, quick, what is it? I would have said, I don't know, iPhone 7 audio chip. Because it certainly has that look. Yeah, 1005s are pretty small. I don't find them too problematic. The big issue I find with iPhones is more the just amazing density, the packing density of the parts. That more than anything else is what makes iPhone work so difficult. I mean, they're a marvel of engineering if you ask me. And it's that incredible density, the packing density amongst everything else, which I think is really more the culprit for things like the pad breakages on the M1 pad and the baseband CPU pads, audio IC pads, all that sort of stuff. You're down to the level where just normal thermal cycling will be enough to pull the necks off some of those traces. Yeah, exactly, Miles. I actually have I've got that yellow pair of tweezers specifically for iPhones. I can't find them, but these are the tips for them. Even these seem a bit big now. Alright, so I've got to try to work out what I want to do with this, because it does appear connected, but I just don't trust it. So I think I'll take some M1 touch wire and put a coil on there and then trace it around to here. It is a current carrying wire probably, but I don't really have a lot of choice. I don't think I'm going to be able to... I mean, the other option I suppose I could try is to dig down, but I think I'll cause more trouble than not doing that. So I wonder if this wire would work. It's just that this is a bit thick. This stuff is... I can't even see this wire half the time. It's not actually that much thinner, but it is enough. Actually, is it any thinner? I never really made the comparison directly. I'd say the fingerprint wire is just an absolute smidge smaller, but really not that much. All this time I've thought it was substantially thinner, like 25% thinner, but it's not. Good to know. The question is, do I route it? I'm probably not going to route it through the chip, so I will sort of take it the outside path, around the outside. So we got ground, and then yeah. Bit tricky because I don't actually have anything to secure, so I'll probably have to do a bit of UV cure just here, just to hold it. Alright, now I need to tin the damn thing. Oh, squeaky, squeaky. And naturally, of course, I tinned way too much. We have to turn this whole thing around because there's just no way I can accurately place this wire from that angle, so I have to move the whole board. I'm going to use flux to my advantage if I can. Ow. Great. I made contact with the pad next to it. This board better work. Else there's going to be hell to pay from myself. Somebody won't stop fiddling with the damn thing. Crap. Alright, it's okay. It's not as pretty as it was originally, but the problem I was having is I didn't know how far in the wire had gone, so I need to just keep pushing the wire until it protruded. Okay, now basically I just need to route it over to these caps, and I think I will make it go around these resistors. Just need to get another pair of tweezer tips. Oh, that is not an appropriate tip. It's a bit excessive, but what are you going to do? Yell at me? don't know why it's protruding out like that. We'll cut it off. Try to get to sit in a little bit closer to that cap. Yeah, I am not happy with that. I mean, yeah, it's electrically connected, but I'm not happy with it. Right. And now it's a bit close to that other chip. It's okay. Stop messing with it, Paul. Okay, so the next issue we've got to deal with is the fact that we need to put down some protective UV coat, which means we've got to get rid of all that flux, but we've also got to not disturb what we've got there. So creating a robust, fun and games. Okay, so I'm just going to heat it up to 250. That'll make the flux a little bit easier to displace, and a hell of a lot of care. Now I'm just going to try and displace it using the force of alcohol being squeezed over it. There's some really horrible solder joints out. Like, this is disgusting. I'm not worried about it though, because obviously when the chip reflows, it's going to sit down just fine. Ultrasonic toothbrush would be good. Be delicate, Paul. Be a delicate little fairy flower. Gently, gently. Soft brush, little brush. Wipe away the flux. Happy flux, bye-bye flux. Get the stuff out of here, flux. Separator. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. And Osis got it directly. Well done, Osis. I'm not even a fan of that show, but I do remember that portion. I think we're going to have to be happy with that. I think if I keep fiddling with it too much more, it's just going to leave a mess. Why would you think it would be a Phil stream? Was it because of the indiscriminate singing? Problem I have here is right now that coating is a little bit on the thick side. This will see how I go. It's definitely not going to clear out so well in between those resistors. So I'm just trying to spread it out a bit. Hey, Chris Long. Wow, 2 visits in 2 streams. I'm impressed. Okay, let's get that UV going. Yeah, give it a couple of moments to bake under there. Let's see what I'm doing. You didn't sing for your 10. Oh, I've dropped some terrible tunes in the past. Phil didn't make it happen, but he certainly made it more common. Let's see. Jose has a 1932 no power, missing 3v3 S5, no found short. Plug in and pulls 20 volts, 10 milliamp. Yeah, if it gets to 20 volts and 10 milliamp and then it shuts down, I'd still consider that potentially a short. I don't know. Oh, they're a current sense issue. Difficult one. Chris, you're trying to become a better sub and friend. Well, are you ever going to be doing videos again? Because, it'd be nice to take a day or two or, an hour or two off and have someone else do videos. So, you've got all the gear. Surely you can do 1 or 2 videos, Chris? Greg, you're a gluten for punishment? Or is glutton... I think you meant glutton, yeah. Continue to buy stuff off AliExpress. Oh my god, Greg, yes you are a glutton for punishment. Currently reballing and installing a CPU for Freightliner semi-truck ECU. Oh cool, I did an ECU the other day for a CAT road grader thingy. That was pretty good. Mind you, mine was really simple. It was just some blown filter packs. They had a loom short out on their assembly and it just blows the filters out. Gluten-free punishment, yep, that's it, yep. Yeah, Chris Long really needs to start doing videos again. They were entertaining their own special way. Tolerably happy with how that's come out. Tolerably happy. Not 100% happy, but tolerably. Okay, so now I need to get a replacement chip. That's going to be fun and games. I also need to trim back that corner ball there. It's kind of puffed up a little bit with solder that isn't meant to be there. It is a ground one as far as I know. And I need to change my knife again. I barely use 1% of these blades, as in the portion of the blade that I use. The rest of it is just completely useless. I only want that ultra-fine tip. I do have the ultrasonic boards that I have to try and fix, but I've not been able to really get them sorted out right. It's just give me some nightmares. And what doesn't help is one of them, the one that works, it's got a freaking hole through its major chip, and yet it still works. It's like, well, that really just instills confidence in me. It's like, what am I looking for? There's a hole in the chip and you're still working, but then I've got perfect chips on the other board and you don't want to work. I'm a little worried about the height of this blue junk. It's just borderline a bit too much for my liking. I don't need an air vent at the moment. Well, not directly at the moment. I mean, one way I can get around the height of the blue junk, the UV cure, is if I put large balls on the chip. But yeah, if I'm doing this with paste, which I most likely am, I don't know if I can really put big ones on there. It's very hard to put big ones on if you're using paste. Alright, so this is our chip. We most likely will lose the top cap off this. TriStars have the same issue, you know, where you try to take them off and then they lose a portion of their top, that nice black top cap. Doesn't change the way they work. Sure comes up a lot quicker than an SMC though. Yeah, that's... is that a hair or is that a wire? That's a hair. Oh, I'm disgusting. Oh, damn it. I was kind of hoping the chip would just be big enough to stay down on its own when I do this. Because I don't really like grabbing onto these too much. They do have a tendency to fracture. Yeah, fortunately it's not like a PMIC. The PMIC chips on the latest MacBooks, they're really a lot more like an iPhone 6 CPU, whereas these ones aren't too bad. Still a bit more than what I'd want, but yeah, they aren't too bad. Now we've got to find a stencil that's going to match up to that. I'm sure there'll be something in the iPhone stencil box that's going to do the task. As Paul spins around looking for the iPhone stencil box. Where'd you go? Stencil box of iPhones. Aha, there you are. Hey Jan Zimmy, how's it going? Oh, sorry, that was a bit loud. No, those black marks you can see, that's just where there's no... It's just the nature of the chip, it's not actually burnt out. Son of a gun, why'd you have to be so close yet so far? These are iPhone 5S power chips, I think? Yeah, 5S power logic. Yeah, unfortunately I need to stick the chip up on something because it's just below the focal distance of this microscope currently. Okay, I'm kind of hoping I can find either a 3D stencil or another one of these black ones that will do the trick. No, that's definitely not going to work. The main reason being is that, particularly the 3D stencils, they handle the heat a lot better. Okay, this is a 6S CPU. Yep, that's good. That'll do it. A8. So it's got the same pitch as an A8 chip. Yeah, the only thing is I don't know if I'm going to be able to get surface contact here. Oh no, it's not. It misled me. Lousy little thing, and I actually wiped you clean and everything. No. Alright, now I'm starting to get a little bit scared. So will we find a stencil that has the right pitch? We need something that's pitch perfect. Jim Allen, do I ever sleep? I certainly do. With one eye open. Waiting for when Chuck Norris is coming to reap me. No. I said reap, not the other one. Yes, yes, are you, yes? Haha, baseband RF chip has the right. I think. Are you? No, that is just a smidge out. Wow. I'm really gonna. This is gonna be bad if I can't find a stencil. I'm starting to panic. There must be a stencil because I know I have reballed that in the past. I just don't know where it is. Just do it by hand. This one is not one you do by hand. I don't know what pitch that is, but it is weird. It's weird because it's so close. Okay, this one here does, but we do not get the entire chip. We're like one row. Oh, that is evil. We are one row short on that. That is so evil. What about you? Son of a... It's okay, I got more, I'm trying more. I wonder if it was one of those generic Chinese stencils that I end up using. Way too big. Yeah, too big. Too big. It would appear none of those work. Alright, better dive into the other stencil stash then. As I very definitely have done one of those before. Maybe just using magic or something. I don't suppose anyone saw what I did with that container of stencils that I was waving around like a madman before. Aha, I found them. Just turn off the fan for the moment. That was a little bit obnoxious. Kind of like listening to some people on YouTube. Okay. Let's see, I have a stencil here, brand new, never used, and it's a iPhone 8 Power Logic stencil. Come on, come on. Oh yeah! Oh yeah, thank you iPhone 8. Thank you. Knew I bought that for a reason. It's going to be flat for about 10 seconds until I start wailing on it with the heat. Reason why I'm bringing in this wood board is because the microscope, like I said, just I need to drop the screw a little bit, just a fraction. But the downside is if I do that, then I lose my upper limit. So it's a bit of an annoying trade-off. But at least now I can actually get right in. They are so small that I'm not even sure I need to dry the flux, but I still will. Not the flux, the paste. Had to do a PCH. Ooh, that's wow. Suppose if you got to do the job, you got to do the job. Okay, so we've got some paste there. We'll just dry that off at 250. Mother flipper. You gotta be careful too, because sometimes it can seem like the paste is still too wet, but as it cools down, it kind of firms up. Okay, I've got to make sure I'm not picking up any of that paper towel. And where the hell's my squeegee? Squeegee. Oh, there you are. Honestly, this is the little shop of horrors when it comes to repairs for me. Okay, yarn. Oh, wait, sorry. Hey, that was a bug running across. Chris Long. That's a lie, and you know it. How dare you try to mislead me like that? I thought I was your friend. Wait. Yeah. That's exactly the sort of thing a friend would do, wouldn't it? Wasn't it? Yeah, whatever. See, 320 we'll go with, and 10% air. Yeah, alright guys, stop with your trying to help me stuff. I know you're not. I know you're not. Now the biggest problem here, of course, is the risk of the stencil buckling, but fortunately these stencils are a bit smaller, so they don't quite have the same buckling results. But I've still got to just warm it up a little bit, and oh man, that bottom pin one is already looking a bit dodgy. Oh, yeah. Honestly. Wow, this thing is a murderously bad buckler. Now I've got a problem here. I can't let go of the stencil because I've got a few trapped ones on the side there. I can't believe how badly that just jumped everywhere. Sometimes I wonder if slow and steady actually ends up just causing more drama than not. Oh man, look at that. It's just... Okay, I think that's flippin' heck. I don't know what this is made of. I thought it would be just like the other stencil I have, the iPhone 5 power one. that one never buckles around like this one. This one is just... Jesus, look. What does it want me to do? Ride for 8 seconds or something? Now, unfortunately, having a paper towel under this wouldn't have done diddly squat. That was just ridiculously... Yeah, I don't know how to describe it, but it is not the same quality or material as the other stencil that I use. Which looks... well, it is the same brand and everything. And yet somehow, this one is a wailing piece of doo-doo compared to the other one. Okay, I've got one ball there that... Why you no stick? Oh man, what a frickin' disaster. Just warm it up a bit again. I guess when they paint it black, it means they can hide the discrepancy in the quality. It's one of the genuine Qian Li ones, or whatever you call them. And like I said, my 5S one gives me... I've used that for donkey's years now, and, well, maybe not that long, but I've used it for a considerable period of time, and it's always been a very nice to use stencil. And it doesn't jump and buckle like this one did. Oh well. I'm just going to use one of these. God damn it, everything is so frustrating at this level. Personally, I think it's all Chris Long's fault. It seems appropriate to me that he's to be blamed. Come on. Come on. And naturally you are bigger than the rest. Just ever so slightly bigger. To be fair, we're basically missing an entire one here. Damn it. Okay. When we get these missing ones... Hey, yay! Oh, okay, I'm so sorry.
Which wins is still on the night.
Yep.
I don't know where Mike Rose put his mouse in,
Okay.
and Mian has not gone outside.
Okay.
She's up on her perch.
Oh, okay. Alright then. As I was saying, when you get these situations where you need to add a little more, what you do is you look at the stencil that you had and you just sort of like try and pick something out that might do the trick for you. So like maybe this one here. And where did it go? Well, I don't know. Son of a gun. Hey, Steve K. Okay, let's try that again. I'm gonna try that little blob there. And yeah, it's a little bit of an intricate process. Damn thing's not merging. And then you find you've made one that's just a bit big. Alright, we're gonna just try it as it is. And see how we go. It's certainly not perfect, and that is one of the reasons I have a bit of drama using solder paste these days. Particularly over a large chip like that. It's different if you've got something like a TriStar or a Tigris, and you can have a bit of variation, but it's usually not going to bite you in the backside too much. But over a chip this sort of span, yeah, it's a little more problematic. Okay, pin 1 is top right region. Steve Cave, nah, we've been basically wasting way too much time on this one here, and I've now just put too much flux on it, of course, naturally. Well, that's as good a guess as any. So here goes. Well, I kind of felt like that went down, but by God, it jumped a fair bit. So I don't know whether I'm a row off or not. Hard to tell if that feels like it's skew or not. Kind of looks a little skew, doesn't it? Well, so here we go. I'll see if I can get an edge view on it, but I have my doubts. Very hard to get edge views on these chips. Try and stabilize that. There's an itty bitty solder ball under there, but it doesn't seem to be causing any drama. Ooh.
It's just the twins.
Oh, the twins.
Yeah.
Okay. Bloody hell. Hot start. Yeah, a bit dark, a bit hard to see. I can see it, but yeah, I understand you couldn't. Yeah, well. So I have a feeling this is going to do much the same, in which case I'll do the replacement of that CD3215, and then if nothing comes of that, we'll change it to a deadboard status. Yeah, so we're still at 330. I'm just going to change that CD3215. If it's not that, well, there's not much else I can really do tonight. This is definitely a rabbit hole style board. Okay, that one we changed. This one we have not. Something fizzing up on the side. Might be corrosion or something. Yeah, it looks like there's corrosion there. Yeah, I can see there was corrosion there. You can see all of this board cancer here. Now, I have a feeling this trace here may not have made it, so we'll see. Very lucky. Just for the sake of experimenting, we're going to drop a 3215 down and see if it comes to life. No, it's not a break in the trace. It looks like that. It's just a little bit of it's a little bit of coating still on it. Like, I haven't fully removed the coating off that one. Hey, gadgets clink. I'm feeling worn out now. I always forget to cool off the board. Okay. Let's see how this one goes. Looks better already. 0. Come on, give me 20, 20, 20. Come on, give me 20, 20. It's changed, but I'm still not getting what I want. Crap. It's now giving me, instead of 300 milliamp before, now it's giving me, it's just like cycling 30 milliamp, 0. Let's try a different port just in case. What a nightmare of a board. There's probably some other shorted crap somewhere. It pops up 25 milliamps, so it's kind of like trying to get running and then it gets hit by something. Unfortunately, the board's a bit damn warm. No, it's not DFU, it's cycling in this case. It's definitely cycling. Stupid frustrating board. Just seeing if anything has a heartbeat showing up anywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more damage up in this area here. It would be very likely. So I'm just looking over the board to see if anything's like flaring up for a tiny instant or not. Nothing on the ISL area. That there is just a offset reflection. So I can't see anything there, but it doesn't mean that it's not faulty. Like I said, that is where all the corrosion was, and in these sort of scenarios where there's corrosion, there's most likely a fault. I'm not even looking to see if the crosshairs shift. It's just, you're kind of looking for a little single pixel or 3 or 4 pixel pulses to just show up. Nothing there. I'll try down here. Okay, there seems to be some warmth that gets built up in the GPU area. Okay, we do have a little bit of a tiny activity around about here. But that looks like that on a different area. No, my misconception there. Just flip it over and have a look at this side. Yep. Alright. I'm just going to try on the other side for the ports, just in case. Yeah, that's always a good thing to happen. That's staying dead set steady at 0 completely. Oh no, there it goes, 42 milliamps. I think this is a case of go to sleep and deal with it another day. Now this heat source in here, that is just residual heat from the hot air work that we did. But I've got nothing, I can't really see anything here. No, I'm going to call it for now. We tried a bunch of things and it's getting late, so it's time for me to kick back and relax, because at this point and beyond I would only be probably creating more issues than I potentially solve. We have got a change of behavior, but we're still, something's still not right. Oh well, error change is always a good change still. Okay, thank you all. I will see you tomorrow maybe, who knows, see what comes in, and then we got the weekend. I'm out of here, you take care, I'll catch you later.